Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls. All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I am here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in for there's so much to talk about peoples. You guys come on in. I see my peoples in the house. Hello, Vicky Davis. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Vicky Davis says, we're ready. Vicky Davis has says, hello, Edward and chat. Peoples, you guys come on in. I am back and I am back with a vengeance, peoples. I am back. And I am back to shoot my shot, and I am back to tell my story, peoples, as to how I view the Kenneka Jenkins case. Now, peoples, for the longest time, I have sat back and I have listened to so many content creators and so many people share their narratives when it comes down to the Kenneka Jenkins case. But never again, peoples, will I ever sit back and accept all of what the people say. Never will I sit back and accept that, peoples, because see, the thing is, I have my own narrative and I have my own thoughts and views as it pertains to the Kenneka Jenkins case. And I will not, shall not, and won't allow anybody to steer me otherwise unless you can come and you can come to my life and you can prove to me unequivocally and undeniably that Kenneka Jenkins has ever walked the halls of that establishment on the night. Until then, peoples, this is my stance. And this is what I say. And this is what I stand up on. Now, I've always respect everybody's opinions and every thoughts and views and everybody's commentary and everybody's narratives. I respect it to the hilt. But I will always stand 10 toes down with what I say and what I believe, peoples. And I will always stand 10 toes down to prove to you unequivocally and undeniably why I say such. Now, I'm not here to try to debunk people, but if it does debunk their narrative, well, then that's what it is. So be it. I'm not here to try to make enemies. I'm just here to politic with the people and let the people know this is how I view it. Now, many of you may get mad, many of you may get all into your feelings and things, but I can't help that, peoples, because at the end of the day, it is my narrative. It is what I said, and it's what I have been saying for over 7+ years, and I'm never going to change that. Now, for all of you people who thought that Kenneka Jenkins ever walked the halls of that establishment on the night, well, continue to keep thinking that, peoples, because again, my stance is that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment on the night. Now, I never did say that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. I never said that. I just pretty much said that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of the establishment on the night. That's what I said. That's what I meant. And that's what I'm going to show. And is that all right, peoples? So, again, everybody's welcome to give the narrative. Everybody's welcome to speak and shoot their shot in things. Everybody is welcome, peoples. Everybody's welcome. But the rule is be respectful when you come into this house. Be respectful to me. Be respectful to anybody who is on the platform. And be respectful to the people in the chat. And then if you come respectfully and humbly, peoples, you will never have a problem in here. For I employ all narratives, good or bad, whatever you have to say, but be tactful and be respectful whenever you give your response. Is that all right, peoples? Because see, we want everyone to come in and we want everyone to feel welcome and we want everyone to shoot their shot. We want everyone to speak that of what they want to say. But we will not tolerate mess, madness, nor confusion. Is that all right, peoples? That would not be allowed in here. And so, peoples, let me go ahead and let me get into this live. Let me go ahead and let me prove my stance as I had said it for many, many years, peoples. And my stance has always been Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. And when I say that, peoples, I meant Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment on the night. I have yet to have anybody through any means whatsoever that proves to me that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment on the night. Now, let me repeat that again, peoples. I never said Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls. I said that she never walked the halls on the night, which a lot of people, the content creators, continue to keep believing that she did, and she didn't, peoples. She never was alive. She never was there on the night. And then the people say that it was only one Kenneka. Peoples, it was more than one Kenneka. And then it was more than one Kenneka, and it was more than one girl who played Kenneka. Now, many of you may believe that only one girl, Kenneka, was the only one assaulted at the establishment. Well, then, people, I'm not here to try to change your narrative. I'm not here to try to change your stance. I'm not here to try to do any of that. And I'm not here being antagonistic. I'm just here shooting my shot and telling you what I believe. Now, I gave everybody a platform and I gave everybody an opportunity to speak their truths. Now, I'm going to speak my truth. Is that all right, peoples? I'm going to speak what I believe has happened, peoples. Is that all right? And so it's no need to get all worked up, get all into your feelings and all like that and stuff, because again, it's just my narrative. And I'm not dousing nobody's narrative. I'm not dousing nobody's belief or anything. I'm not trying to change what you believe. All I ask you to do is just sit back, relax, and watch what I do. And if it's still not satisfactory to you, well, then, you have an opportunity to come to the panel and come speak to the people and let the people know exactly what you feel and how you feel and explain it in great detail. I'm not going to have nobody up here ranting and raving about anything and stuff unless you can come and you can be able to express to the people what your narrative is in great detail. That is the key word, in great detail. Now, all of your ranting and raving and stuff, it won't be tolerated. All of your this and that and the other and over talking, it won't be tolerated. You got to come and you got to come with some receipts. And you got to come and you got to come expressively in great detail. That's how I always did it. It's how I always did my lives. I've always showed you why I say such. Now, you don't have to believe it, peoples. I'm not asking you to believe it. I'm not asking to accept it. I just ask you to listen and learn something because I am in the teachable moment right now, peoples. So you can take some good things away from the things that I have been telling you. But I'm telling you, peoples, I've been doing this for quite some time and I'm very good at it. I have eagle eyes and God has blessed me with eagle eyes. God has blessed me with a mind in a meticulous manner to be able to see and understand things that the average person don't. Is that all right, peoples? So again, Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls, peoples. That's what I said, and that's what I stand up on. All right, peoples. I'll be back in a moment. I got to refresh my screen because for whatever reason, all of my channels doesn't connect to StreamYard. I don't know why that is, but this is irritating. And I'm going to call them before I ever pay another fee to them and things, but they're going to have to do something to correct this. So I'll be right back in just a moment. Let me refresh my screen, peoples. Absolutely wonderful. So after the intro, we will get right into the live, peoples. Let's go. All right, peoples, I am back. That is my intro. That is always going to play every time I come live until I change it. But we are here and we are ready. And so, peoples, just for a little recap, I've always said that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. I am not saying that she never walked the halls, peoples. I'm not saying that nothing never happened in the halls. I'm just saying that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment on the night. Plain and simple, clear as daylight. I have yet to have anybody to prove to me that Kenneka Jenkins was alive on the night. As I have shown many people on the other day, that they have literally played with the video footage. As the young lady has outlined in the live that I have played, that many people played their part. The establishment had to cover up the various things that these gang members has done to Kenneka. They had to clean up their part, but in also cleaning up their part, well, then they had took advantage of the situation as well. Because see, the thing is, peoples, and this is what I've been telling you all for many years, that the establishment is into human trafficking and organ harvesting. Many people did not believe that, but that is okay. Yes, it is factual, actual, and it is true that the establishment is into organ harvesting and human trafficking. And they were affiliated with someone who had been captured by the FBI. But because money plays an important role, people's the man was left off. Oh, you do remember back in the day, peoples, when they had the news article playing that the young man that was literally blocks from Rosemont was caught with body parts, penises and torsos, severed heads and limbs, arms and legs. Oh, you do remember that, peoples, right? And all of that was literally on ice. And they had it stored in all of these different freezers because, see, again, peoples, Rosemont is a corrupt town. It may not be a sundown town, but it is a corrupt town. And Crown Plaza is heavily involved in human trafficking and organ harvesting. As you know, peoples, in the daytime, yes, it is a business adventure, and all of the people come from all walks of life because they are right in the heart of Chicago. They are by Chicago O'Hare, which is the hub, which is central location to all destinations in the United States and around the world, peoples. And so Crown Plaza is not too far from the Chicago O'Hare Airport, where everybody under the sun tends to fly into. And everybody under the sun tends to come and frequent Crown Plaza. Businessmen and the likes and stuff. And everybody comes to get their stinky little winky wet. Oh, yeah, yeah. They done shut down Backpage Peoples, but they got other sites that the people uses to go ahead and solidify clients. Yes, yes. Now, see, peoples, you cannot sit here and tell me that the Crown Plaza was tolerating a bunch of ghetto fabulous kids. Because as we've seen on video footage, peoples, that these ghetto fabulous kids were in the halls of that establishment. And at night, people with masks, people with dirty jeans, people with this and that, and all walking the halls and was in a room and was up there smoking dope, drinking some stuff, and doing what they do. And all in the hallways and stuff, and all in the staircases and things, and everybody was getting their little groove on. Oh, you do remember there was a post that one of the people, one of the patrons there at the establishment came out, and in the post it says that his dick is little, and let me be a thought in peace. Well, see, peoples, that is indicative of the fact that these young black broads, these hoes, was down there selling their little kitty cats for a little bit of change. But see, someone else had a bigger venture in mind, because someone else had the number 3 and 4 in their phone. Now, could we assume that she was selling her kitty? Not to Diddy, but to a young man, a businessman from California with money. Could we assume that, peoples? Because see, back then, Backpage was prominent, and then she used to work at McDonald's at the airport, so it wouldn't have been no problem to go ahead and get the number to someone and say, come see me. Because R. Kelly said, I don't see nothing wrong with a little bit of bump and grind. So was she bumping and was she grinding? Because see, the thing is, peoples, if we go back in the case files, if we go back and we take the testimony of the friends, if we go back to the testimony of the people, well, a lot of stuff has been going on, because just like the young lady said, who had went and saw TM at the counter, she said, I saw your daughter with a group of men, a couple of men and a couple of girls on the 11th floor. And so people, the party was on the 9th floor. What was Kenneka doing on the 11th floor? And then Monifa, the one who was supposed to have been her best friend way back in the day, back when she was in grade school, said that she left her on the 3rd floor. Well, whether she was on the 11th floor or whether she was on the 3rd floor or whether she stayed on the 9th floor, the bottom line is simply this, peoples. The bottom line is simply this. And this is the thing that the many people kept forgetting. Why was number 3 and 4 in Kenneka's phone? I said, why was number 3 and 4 in Kenneka's phone? Nobody could answer that question, peoples. And why is that? Well, for the simple fact that the people don't have an answer for why the man was in Kenneka's phone. And that's the thing that I kept trying to ask the people. See, you guys all the time want to give me this and give me that and say this and say that. But yet when I ask you a poignant question as to simply why, Lenore would tell the police number 3 and number 4 was in her phone, and y'all need to take a look at them because they were at the party at that particular time. But see, peoples, when you say party, what party? And when was the party? Because peoples, the party was there well before this fake party was there. Do you understand what I'm saying? Well, what I'm saying is, peoples, Kenneka Jenkins was at the establishment on the 6th. And Kenneka Jenkins was at the establishment with her friends, peoples. Yes, she was. Kenneka Jenkins was at the establishment days before this reenactment, peoples. Days before all of this madness start to transpire, peoples. And so this is one of the reasons why that the Crown Plaza had to go ahead and switch up, change up, and shake up, only just to try to make up, peoples. Because see, the thing is, many of you are so stuck on stupid. Many of you want to try to take the narrative that they gave you and try to run with it. But see, there is no validity in stupidity, peoples. Because at the end of the day, peoples, as I stated many times before, several girls had died at that establishment. And there is the evidence right there, peoples. That is the bingo to the bingo moment right there, peoples. You can't tell me that it wasn't no more than just one girl who got assaulted, peoples. This young lady is not Kenneka Jenkins, but this young lady name is Kenneka. Yes, indeed, peoples. Yeah, yes, indeed. And see, I know that you just don't believe that there were several girls named Kenneka, and you just don't believe that several girls was assaulted at that establishment. But I am here to tell you, people, yes, it was. And that several girls played Kenneka. Several girls played Kenneka, peoples, and several girls had got assaulted, and several girls had died. Now, peoples, I have shown you this picture on last night, and I've shown you and I've asked the people, who is this girl who played Kenneka in the hallway? Because see, the thing is, peoples, when the young lady got off the elevator, whom you guys call Kenneka, I said that there was truths and lies all wrapped up, tied up, and tangled up in that video, peoples. It was truth and lies. And people could not grasp and understand that there was truth in lies in all of that video. Oh my God, peoples, they gave us a narrative. They told us that Kenneka was at the Marriott. Kenneka was at the Doubletree. Kenneka was at the west side of Chicago. Kenneka was at Schiller's Park. Oh, they told you that, peoples. They told you that. But see, the thing is, peoples, what they didn't tell you is that several girls played Kenneka. And several girls was assaulted, peoples. And so see, the thing is, peoples, how is it that all of these things had tend to seep and surface in the case files, and yet there was just only one girl who was supposed to have played Kenneka? How could Kenneka be transported all over that establishment and be in every situation, in every scenario possible, but it was just only one girl? How could that be, peoples? How could that be that Kenneka Jenkins be in the hallway commandeered by some gang members and let go, only to walk the halls at establishment and then later be commandeered again by the establishment? And then from there, not only be commandeered by the establishment, peoples, but placed in a freezer to rot. And then they had the audacity to sit here and say that, hey, she was found on the 10th of September. But come on, peoples, we all know better. We all do understand, peoples, that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls, peoples, of that establishment on the night. And there's no way that you can be able to walk the halls of the establishment on the night, peoples, and then be looking like this on the gurney, decomposed peoples. This is one of the reasons why TM herself and Lenore herself never came over to touch the body. She couldn't stand to look at her daughter because, behold, this is your daughter. And this is how your daughter looked while she was on the gurney, peoples. Oh, you guys remember when TM had said to you, peoples, this is how my babe looked when I saw her at the funeral home. But peoples, it is a big and stark contrast between the picture that is on the gurney that you see and the picture at the funeral home. And so which is which and what is what? You know, it's just like that play that Richard Pryor had played then, Which Way is Up? Well, which way is up, peoples? Because see, the thing, I surmise to you that Kenneka could not have been looking like this on the gurney at the funeral and then looking like this on the gurney at the establishment. People's TM had said, this is how my babe looked when I saw her at the funeral home. Well, what funeral home, TM? And when was this picture taken? Because at the time to when they had shown everybody of what your daughter had looked like, your daughter was looking like this on the gurney. Decomposed, ma'am. Decomposed. And so, Edward Joseph, what are you saying, my friend? Well, peoples, I am saying that somebody is lying. And who is lying, peoples? Because see, the thing is, you can't have all of these people in the Kenneka Jenkins case looking in the manner to which they're doing, and nothing happened to my daughter. You guys remember that? Nothing happened to my daughter. I said nothing happened to my daughter, and for the book and for the record, ain't nothing happened to her. She was left here at the party, but she wasn't set up. She wasn't beaten up. She wasn't raped. She wasn't sodomized, and she wasn't murdered. Nothing happened to her. Well, peoples, how could not nothing happen to Kenneka? But when we see her on the gurney, this is how she was looking on the gurney. But yet nothing happened to my daughter. Really, Tia? Really? So how could nothing happen to your daughter, Tia? Help me to explain that, ma'am. I still, today, peoples, I still been trying to figure that out. How could nothing have happened to Kenneka Jenkins? Well, peoples, there is somebody who probably can shed some light upon something happening to Kenneka. And so let's listen to the person who had something to say about what had transpired with Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. Let's listen in.
She said she grew up 3 minutes from Rosemont. God damn, they got me fucked up. She told me how she died, or where that she doesn't know the who or the why, but the hotel fucked up. Everybody kept saying, oh, the hotel moved her, and I kept saying, why would they do that? That would be fucking up so big time. They fucked up big time. They moved, they found her, they freaked out, and they moved her, and they threw her in the freezer to try to make it look like an accident. And I got this information in exchange that I'll do the fucking interview with them, so you can't say nothing yet.
But see, peoples, they may not be able to say anything, but Edward Joseph is saying something. And this is the aftermath of the hotel and the gang members fucking her up. I said, this is the aftermath of what happens when Kenneka was at the establishment, peoples. because according to Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Medina, the hotel fucked her up. But it wasn't only the hotel that fucked her up. It was those gang members as well, peoples. And see, I have yet to talk about the gang members that fucked her up. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? So if nothing happened to your daughter, well, then how could it be that you are looking or your daughter is looking like this on a gurney, peoples? How is it, peoples? It doesn't make no sense to me how Kenneka can be looking like this on a gurney. And these are the things, peoples, that I try to get an understanding with many. How could it happen, peoples? What happened? What happened, peoples? See, we have to come to grips, peoples, that something happened. We got to come to grips with it. We got to come to grips with something happened. And so once we come to the understanding, peoples, that something happened, then we got to ask the question, what happened? What happened to Kenneka Jenkins, peoples?
911, where's the address of your emergency?
Yes, I'm at the Crown Plaza at O'Hare Airport, and I was calling because my daughter came to to a party here last night, a gathering with her friends, and now her friends, they said that they left on the front of the hotel and she's not able to be found now. Yes, and they said that when her friends was asking earlier today, like about 4 o'clock in the morning, because they run the video cameras, they said that they didn't have no camera. But now I came and it was a lady. She said that she heard music, and she asked me that I want to go upstairs, and we went upstairs on the 11th floor, and it was someone came to the room, and she said that she did see my daughter there with a group of girls and a couple of guys, but that's all she just saw because she was busy trying to get reception on her phone.
Your love has called my name.
And so, peoples, she was upstairs with a group of girls and a couple of guys on the 11th floor, but yet nothing happened to her daughter. How could that be, peoples? How could that be that Kenneka Jenkins can be found on the 11th floor with a group of girls and a couple of guys and nothing happened to her daughter? Well, see, peoples, that doesn't sit well with me, and it never sat well with me because for the simple fact that I have been trying to tell you all forever and a day that something happened to Kenneka. If something happened to Kenneka, I don't believe the narrative that nothing happened to Kenneka when something happened to Kenneka. And they even said it themselves that something happened to Kenneka, peoples. And so the question is, what happened to Kenneka? And yet, and still, peoples, I have yet to have anyone give me a good enough reason as to what happened to Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. Everybody wants to continue to keep spreading a narrative. But what is the narrative? What are you actually saying to me? Because see, the thing is, peoples, what you're saying doesn't make no sense to me. Because if nothing happened to Kenneka Jenkins, well, then why are we here? Why are we even going live? And why are we even talking about this, people, if nothing happened to Kenneka Jenkins? Well, see, peoples, we already know that's a bold-faced lie. We already know that. We already know that something happened to her, and we already see the aftermath of what happened to Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. And so you can have the people sit around here and spread this false narrative as much as they want to and say nothing happened to Kenneka, you know, but peoples, we already know something did. Because see, the thing is, peoples, these people who they call friends, how many of us have them? Friends, the ones that you thought that you can depend on, but they said, let's be friends. But what friend would sit up here and stand with the establishment and watch you get beat down? Now, peoples, you got to you got to answer the question, and you got to try to make sense of it. Because see, the thing is, peoples, you said that Kenneka was commandeered in the hallway. She was carried. She was carried. Okay, so if Kenneka was carried in the hallway, well then what happened after that? What happened by Kenneka being carried in the hallway, peoples? What happened? Where did she go? You know? Can anybody express that? Where happened to Kenneka Jenkins after she was being carried in the hallway? Could anybody come to the live and express that, peoples? What happened to Kenneka? Because see, the thing is, peoples, if Kenneka was carried, but then you got to help me to make this make sense. What happened to her? Where did she go? What was going on with Kenneka? Because she can't be carried and then she can't be beat up as well by the establishment. If the gangs already had her, right? Right? Well, a lot of people say that, oh, well, Kenneka wasn't there. Well, I should surmise to you, people's Kenneka was there. Wholeheartedly, full in flesh, but not on the night. And so, peoples, we see Kenneka Jenkins at the establishment well before the night with her friends, Monifa and Shemaiah. We seen them there, peoples. We seen them there at the establishment well before the night, peoples. Yes. So when TM wants to sit up and say that nothing happened to my daughter, well, then how could that be, peoples, when we had seen Kenneka there at the establishment? And Kenneka said, TM had said, nothing happened to my daughter. I came down and I was talking to her friends and stuff, and her friends gave me all of this and that and the other and things. And, but my question is simply this: what's all this scripted? Did all of these people already know ahead of time what was going on? I want you to listen to this, people. I want you to listen to this attentively, because see, the thing is, I just don't believe that nobody knew anything and everybody was just so damn surprised. No, because see, one thing is, peoples, the street talks and the streets gets justice. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so it was already becoming that something was going to happen to Kenneka. Because just like the young lady said last night, if the streets really wanted to Kenneka so bad, well, they didn't have to go to no establishment to go and take Kenneka out. They didn't have to do that. They had ample opportunity to go ahead and snuff her out, because that's just Chicago. Chicago is just like that. If we want to get you, we won't clap back and say, man, we already know where you are. We'll just drive up there and pop, and then there you are. You out of here. But that wasn't the case, peoples. It was something a little bit more sinister that was into play. And so I just wonder what in the world was going on, peoples. What in the world, what was going on? And so let's listen in, peoples, because see, maybe this may shed a little light as to some things, or maybe not. But see, peoples, I never will ever sit back and I never would just discount anything because you got to take a look at everything. You got to encompass everything, peoples. And see, that's the thing. If you just go with what they gave you, well, then that's all you're going to know. And you'll never grow. And you'll never be able to get outside that box. You got to be able to think outside the box, peoples. Never box yourself in if you really want to win. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I don't take nothing off the table. I don't take what TM say, what Lenore say, what the kids say, what the establishment say, and then what you say. Because see, what I say is simply this. I'm going to hold you accountable for what you say. I'm going to hold you accountable, peoples, and be careful about what you say because I'm going to hold you accountable for what you say. So be cognizant as to what you say because it can be held against you. But this is not a court of law, peoples. But this is Edward Joseph. Let's talk live. And I told you, this time around, I'm only going to go by what the people say. So now let's listen in to what she had to say, peoples. Let's go.
911, where's the address of your emergency?
Yes, I'm at the Crown Plaza at O'Hare Airport, and I was calling because my daughter came to to a party here last night, a gathering with her friends, and now her friends, they said that they left on the front of the hotel, and she's not able to be found now. She's 19 years old.
And you said that and you said the Crown Plaza at O'Hare Airport?
Yes. Yes, and they said that when her friends was asking them earlier today, like about 4 o'clock in the morning, because they run the video cameras, they said that they didn't have no cameras. But now I came and it was a lady. She said that if she heard music, and she asked me that I want to go upstairs, and we went upstairs on the 11th floor, and it was someone came to the room, and she said that she did see my daughter there with a group of girls and a couple of guys. But that's all she just saw because she was busy trying to get reception on her phone.
All right, well then, you know what? Are you sure you don't mean the Crown Plaza in Rosemont?
Yes, the Crown. Yes, it is. I'm sorry, the Crown Plaza in Rosemont. That's exactly where it's at. I'm
okay,
so sorry.
No, it's okay. And have you and you said you spoke with the
front desk. I'm sitting outside right in front of the hotel in a parking lot right now.
And they were saying that they haven't seen your daughter since she left, or?
No, it's a different set. It's a different it's a new shift, and they said that they haven't seen her. Well, of course they wouldn't have seen her because this is like 3 or 4 in the morning. And I just seen that she was here because I just found the ticket where they entered this hotel. It was at 1:36 p.m. So hold on, this part her ticket because this was on the 6th. My daughter wasn't here on the 6th.
Okay, and you know, real quick, I'm just gonna see if maybe I'm gonna see if maybe she was here at all. What's your daughter's name?
Her name is Kenneka Jenkins.
All right, and can you spell her?
The room wasn't registering her name. She came with some friends here.
And I just want to verify. I'm about to say I actually just came in myself. Probably been on shift for about 45 minutes, so I just want to make sure that maybe she didn't get arrested and sent on her. You know what I mean? I just want to double check everything. But
okay, thank you.
You're very welcome. But it doesn't look like we had any run-ins with her last night at all. Do you think it's possible maybe she went to one of her friends' houses, or she's probably?
No, actually, because she had my car. She was driving my car. She know I don't like nobody to drive my car because my insurance will not pay for nobody, no one besides her. And her friends kept calling my phone. I told them to stay out here. They stayed out here, but they called me like about 3 something in the morning. I was laying in bed. I just had breast surgery. I fought a deep breast cancer, so I'm, sedated off medication early. And they telling me she out here. So once I rejuvenated, strengthened myself enough to get up and drive out here to look for her. Once they brought me my car, I right out here. And I came to the hotel and I showed them a picture of her and I asked them if they see it. And there was a lady in the lobby and she heard me asking at the front desk and she said it was music. She did hear music. She called the one downstairs to report the room and come to find out it was the people next door. And when we knocked on the door, that person said that she did see my daughter downstairs it was like 4 of them, and it was 4 of them. And she said my daughter, she was with 3 of her friends, but her 3 friends said, which then, these kids will tell the truth. They said that they went upstairs to get her cell phone. And when they went to get her cell phone, she was standing in the lobby, in the front lobby. And then when they came back down, she wasn't there anymore.
No, I completely understand.
East of Carver entryway with
registration. The one issue we have, and it's not necessarily that it's an issue, but she is an adult. She is 19 years old, and I mean, as of right now,
she's 19 years old. That's my daughter. She's 19. Her name Kenneka Jenkins, Kenneka.
No, yes. No, I remember that. You told me that she was 19. But what I'm saying is that she's only been gone for a couple hours. I don't know, maybe she could be somewhere with one of her friends or something, because, I mean, it is only a couple hours since you hadn't seen her, correct? Or since her friend supposedly hadn't seen her?
Correct. Let's say about 3 to 4 hours now, they said. They told me. It was like 4 o'clock in the morning when they called me.
Yeah. I guess the one. Are you looking to file a missing persons report then, or are you just?
My phone is
or would you? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry, sir, but I just want to know: is it possible that maybe they can look at the cameras and see? It's because they send the police out here and ask them to look at the cameras and see if they've seen her on their cameras around that time.
I was about to say, even if I did send an officer, it would take a little bit in order for us to get the camera footage and for us to pass it on to the detectives division.
Okay. So what would you suggest?
Well, again, the only thing I would suggest maybe is just give her a couple hours. She could have went somewhere with one of her other friends. I mean, and who knows what her friends are saying is true. You know what I mean?
Exactly. You could tell, not to be saying. You could tell it don't sound right. I'm a parent. I've been young before, and it's not sounding right. It don't sound right. Period. That's why I came out here myself, because they and then it sounded like they had been drinking. Honestly.
Yeah.
And I asked them, did she drink? And they said she had only 1 cup. But okay, my daughter ain't the type that normally, she can't even take liquor. Her liquor level is just like mine. We can't take liquor. We cannot take liquor. We take a sip of liquor, we drunk. Honestly.
No, I completely understand.
And I'm like, 1 cup is too much for her, and I like I asked them. And then they end up with her cell phone. I pay her cell phone bill every month to make sure my daughter has a phone. How did she love her phone? I don't understand why would she leave her cell phone with you all and just go disappear? And she know I just had surgery. She know my predicament.
No, yeah. Well then, so that in that case, what I would recommend, just go home, relax a little bit, give it some time. Of all we know, she very well could still be in the room. She could just be passed out. Again, you know how it is. You drink it the night before, you get, what I mean, whatever else have you. So just give it a couple hours. Maybe see if she'll get a hold of you again. I mean, does she know your number?
Yeah, she know my number very well. She's very smart.
Okay, well then, like I said, just give her a couple hours. You know what I mean? Give her some time. Again, maybe she went to one of her other friends' places, or maybe she is still in the room. Just knocked out. You know what I mean?
Yes, I thank you. Okay, and so how long does it take for me to file a missing person report?
Well, you can file it at any time. It just like I said, just give it a little bit of time. If you hadn't heard from her by, I want to say about 10, 11 o'clock, then by all means, give us a call again. You can come to the station, and we can help you out from there.
Okay, I live in Chicago. Would it be better for me to come back to you all station, or should I go in Chicago and make out a missing report?
I think you can try to file it out in Chicago. They may tell you to come here since it happened in our town, but I do know that since she lives with obviously she lives with you in the city, I think this might actually fall on them. Or at least they'll be able to take the report, and then they'll get in contact with us, and we'll be able to help them out with the investigation from there.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter, whichever one. If I have to come back out here, I'll come back out here, but as long as, if we be able to see, if I come, okay, I give it to tomorrow. It's 24 hours. After 24 hours, do you think they'll still be able to see the video camera of today, the surveillance camera
Yes.
for today?
Yes,
Okay.
we'd definitely be able to get the footage.
Okay, thank you. Well,
All right.
I'll do that. Okay, thank you so
Okay.
much. Okay. Okay.
You're very welcome. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Bye-bye.
And as you can see, peoples, the video footage wasn't readily available at that particular time. As you can see, the video footage wasn't readily available, peoples, but it became available after they had went on and sent it off to a Target forensics laboratory. Now, why Target? Why not the Chicago Police Department? Well, because Target had did something that they wanted to do, and that was edit the video footage so they can be able to give it to the people, and they can edit it down in a manner to which they want it. Now, people, I surmise to you that the video footage from the original file was all posted up online, and a lot of people captured that content, and a lot of people didn't. But then later on, people start to find out what was all in the video footage. And then they will start calling out all this hilarious and nefarious madness from the video footage. But then after a while, people, since everybody's been capturing all of that madness from the video footage, then guess what happened, peoples? They went on and then they changed it. They changed it. And so when they changed that narrative and things, because remember, they got the case, they opened up the case, they said all what they said, they did all what they're going to do and stuff, and then they closed the case immediately, real quick, before even the FBI even had a chance to overlook it and whatnot. And so it's amazing to me, peoples. But see, the thing is, back in the day, you remember the beverage manager whose brother or friend was the ambassador for Israel. And you know that they do organ harvesting and human trafficking. Not to put a damper up on the state, but it is what it is, peoples. That's the Middle East. And so they do strange things out there and stuff. And so he was a part of the statehood. And so, he've already had a major friend, which was called D. Trump, right? Y'all remember him. He was president at the time. And because there were figures in high places, do you actually think for one moment that anything was going to happen to the Crown Plaza. No, 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 peoples. And thus there was the major cover up because, see, the FBI could not get involved because this was a regional jurisdiction and the FBI is fed. So the FBI cannot come unless they have substantial proof. And so without substantial proof, well, then there's nothing that you have. Remember, right? And so this is one of the reasons why the FBI could not get involved because Rosemont is not a police department. They are a security detail. They're not a police department. And so that was the reason why they chose not to go to the Chicago Police Department because of the simple fact, peoples, simple fact that Chicago is a police department. And had Chicago had it, Chicago would have done and they would have administered protocol. And protocol was to put up the tape, did all of these things that they would do in a death investigation. But remember, in the beginning, they deemed it as a murder investigation. This is one of the reasons why they told TM, hey, you cannot touch the body. What do you mean I cannot touch the body? This is my daughter that was supposed to be laying on a gurney, but you cannot touch the body because it is a crime scene. Yes, it is a crime scene, peoples. Yes, it is. It was a crime scene. But where was the crime? Where was the crime? Nobody seems to be able to express what was the crime. And so, peoples, my question is, where was the crime? Did anybody see the crime? Did anybody see the crime? Where was the crime? When we go back and we examine this video footage, peoples, where was the crime? Did anybody see the crime? I've seen a girl who walked some halls of that establishment. But where was the crime? What was the crime? Now, see, peoples, I've told you last night that when you see the red boxes, that is the video footage. But do you see the crime now, peoples? Do you see the crime? I don't think you guys seen it. You do? Do you see the crime? Okay. So I told you on last night, when you see the red boxes, that is original video footage, right? I told you that, right? When you see the red boxes. Okay, so do you see the crime? I don't think you guys are getting it. Let me rewind this back. Let me rewind this back. And then we're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about this, people. So let me rewind this back. I'm not going to play the music. I'm just going to play the video. You guys remember when the young lady got off the elevator, right? You guys remember when the young lady got off the elevator, right? And so she's getting off the elevator, but the video is saying 325, right? But then if I call up this, if I call up this right here, this PDF file, and we're going to call that up right here. What did it say? It says that the time says that it was 224, not 325, right? Y'all see that? So the video says 325, but this says 224. And so you got to help me to make it make sense, because if either it's 325 or 224, either way, there is a significant difference in the time. Do you see what I'm saying? So when we look at video footage, peoples, if the video footage doesn't have a red box, that means that video footage was not the original video footage. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? If you're playing back video footage and you're playing back a scene that was supposed to have taken place at the Crown Plaza, well then, if the red boxes is not there, well then that's not original video footage. And so as you see, peoples, I have been playing you original video footage, because every time you saw the young lady walk into that hallway, you say that is not original video footage. I say it is original video footage. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Okay, so when I say that it's original video footage, it's only one way and one time that the box is going to come is when people appear in the video footage. Do you see what I'm saying? Okay, follow me before you guys, follow me. So when we see the young lady in the hallway and we see the boxes going, we know that that is original video footage, right? But that is a copy of the original video footage. But what happened was, and this is what made everybody get off kilter here, because even with the original video footage, they even taken that and put it in a program to what? Change the time and change the date. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you guys see where I'm going here? Okay. Let me show you. Let me go and let me share my screen, peoples. Let me share my screen, and then we will be able to get a greater understanding. We're going to hold on to that video, but we're going to search the web right quick, and we're going to see who had copied video footage, whether it be original or whether it be hilarious and nefarious. We're going to check to see. We're going to check to see what's original and what's not. And then I'm going to open it up for discussion. But I wanted to prove a point first before I start to really engage in everything and stuff. Because, see, I got to prove myself what I'm saying. And I got to give you what I got. And if you don't have a greater understanding of what I'm saying, well, then, all it is going to cause conflict and confusion. And I don't want conflict and confusion. I want you to greatly understand what I'm trying to convey. And so once you greatly understand what I'm trying to convey, then we can have a good, wholesome conversation. Is that all right, peoples? All right. So let's see if I can find someone who had went and posted this stuff in to see what's happening here. Okay, so we have the CBS Chicago News. Let's see what they posted. So let's go ahead and let's put this on mute, and then let's watch this, and we're going to talk about it.
Also breaking tonight, hours of new video are released revealing more about a woman found dead in a hotel freezer. CBS 2's Audrina Begas joins us now. So you poured through this video. What is it showing us?
36 hours of video, and this was just released to us a few hours ago. This video shows Kenneka Jenkins walking into the kitchen, but we never see her entering the freezer.
Okay, did you see what I just saw, peoples? Do you understand? Do you understand the play? And this is how they played many of you. And see, it was so sweet and so subtle, but you missed it. I said you missed it. Okay, let me go back and let me play it again so you guys can get a greater understanding of what I am saying. What did she say? She said that the 36 hours of video footage was just released to him, right? So if the 36 hours of video footage was just released to him, well, then you would think that the news would have the authentic, original video footage, right? But that is not the case. That is not the case. And let me prove to you why that is not the case. Let me show you, peoples.
CBS 2's Audrina Begas joins us now. So you poured through this video. What is it showing us?
36 hours of video, and this was just released to us a few hours ago. This video shows Kenneka Jenkins walking into the kitchen, but we never.
What is it that you've seen in the clip now, beforehand, that you see now? You don't see the red box. In the very first clip, you do not see the red box when she walks in, right? Let's rewind this again so you guys can see what I'm saying right here. 36 hours of video footage has just been released to them, right? And look, it says the source is from what? Rosemont Police Department, right? But where is the red box? If the video footage was just released to them and Rosemont Police Department is the source, where is the red box? Look, listen to what she said. She said 36 hours of video footage was just released to them. They're showing millions of people, but they're showing fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious video footage because it wasn't no red box on that first part of the video. Do you see what I'm saying? See, people, this is why I do my lives, and this is why I break this down, because I want you to get a greater understanding as to what I'm trying to convey. And once you get a greater understanding as to what I'm trying to convey, it is easy to have a conversation, but you got to understand where I'm coming from first. It wasn't no red box in the first video. And the source was where? Rosemont Police Department. But they said Rosemont Police Department, but we know that Rosemont do not have a police department. That is what? Deception. That is deception. That's number one deception. Rosemont do not have a police department. Rosemont has a what? Public safety department. That's deception number one. Deception number two, there was no red box. And that video came from Rosemont Public Safety Department, not police department. It is a big difference between a police department and a public safety department, peoples. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Do you guys really get what I'm saying? Because see, the thing is, peoples, if Rosemont was a police department, Rosemont should have followed protocol. But Rosemont don't have to follow no protocol because they make their own. They make their own protocols, processes, and procedures, all because they are not a police department. If there was a police department, well, there is federal and state mandates that you have to follow by when there is a death that occurs. Do you understand what I'm saying? But if you're a public safety department, well, you don't operate like a police department. And so certain rules, regulations, and guidelines that govern a police department does not govern a public safety department. You guys understand what I'm saying now, people? Do you get it now? Do you understand why Rosemont did what they did, and they had every right to do what they did because they were in control? They had literally botched this thing from the beginning, and they put it in your face to make you think that this was actual, factual, and true. But many of you people ran with it. But people like Edward Joseph saw through it and tried to explain to you for years this is bullshit, bogus, hilarious, and nefarious. Now that I'm breaking it down to you in the manner to which I'm doing, and I am showing you my receipts, it is making a big difference now, right? So people's, we all know, for those who are in the know, we all know that the young lady that was walking the halls of that establishment that was in some of the videos was not actually Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. We know that. That's why they had the facial masking. That's why you see the differences in body styles and attire and hair. We know that wasn't Kenneka. Now, I'm not saying that all of it isn't Kenneka. What I'm saying is every bit of that video is not all hilarious and nefarious, because there is truth and lies. Now, let me explain. We know that Kenneka Jenkins has been commandeered by the gang members. We know that, right? We know that. And that is actual, factual, and true. We know that Kenneka Jenkins has been carried in that establishment. And that is actual, factual, and true. Kenneka was down there in that area walking the halls of that establishment. Yes, that is true. But she wasn't walking the halls of that establishment on the night. Do you understand what I'm saying? So some of that video footage that we see, yes, it is really Kenneka Jenkins in the hallway, walking the hallway, but she wasn't walking alone, peoples. She wasn't walking alone. She was carried. Did you hear what I said? I said she wasn't walking alone. She was carried. Which goes on to say that Kenneka never walked the halls. She was carried. She was carried. Some of that video footage that you see that's playing is real actual video footage, but it was edited. And it was edited to the degree to where it made it look like it was just only one person in there. You seen the unnatural movements that this person had made, right? You seen the unnatural movements that she had made, right? And so let me play this so we can see this. So you understand what I'm saying. And it is my summation, peoples, that was the only place and time that you will ever see the real Kenneka Jenkins ever again in any of this video footage. It was just only in that hall. Not here. Not coming up the ramp and walking back and forth in this and that and the other. Like you see the young lady here, bouncing off the walls and things like that. But not here, not roaming down the halls, right here, and bouncing off the walls. And not here, bouncing off the walls and traveling back and forth. And not here, walking into the kitchen. And even not here, walking across into the other kitchen. But right here, not walking down people's, but is at this point right here. It is at this point right here is when I believe we see the real Kenneka. Right here is at this point is where we see the real Kenneka not walking, but being carried. Being carried. Now you say, Edward Joseph, what is your reasonings? Because we seen a girl walk into the kitchen, we seen a girl walk the halls and stuff. Well, no, you didn't see a girl. I mean, you seen a girl, but it wasn't Kenneka. You seen a girl walking, but it wasn't Kenneka. Let me explain, peoples. And the reason why I say it was at this point when we see the real Kenneka is because, look, let me rewind this back, peoples. From the moment down here, from the moment down here, right here, this part right here, from this moment, from right here, is when I truly believe it was the real Kenneka. But when we see this, when we see this part, it wasn't the fake Kenneka, it was the real Kenneka. And now let's watch this. Let's look at this closely. From this part right here, grabbing, and then look at this, bounce up the walls, trying to, and then look. When you see the hands go up in things, see the hands go up on her breasts and whatnot. There was no other time that she ever raised her hands up on her breasts like that. See that? See that? Now watch this unnatural movement right here. See that? And look how the legs are spread apart. But then look how the video changes. See? Look at that. You see the extra lining behind her head. See that? You see her whole top body. See that? Look at that. Look at her whole top body. That is totally unnatural, peoples. Totally unnatural. This is when I say that Kenneka was being carried. This is when she was being carried. And it was only this time. It was only this time. Because see, people's, and I'm going to explain this, but let me stay up on this right now. Let me go back, and I'm going to show you. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to screen clip this, and then I'm going to explain to you in great detail. So y'all give me a moment. Although we've seen a young lady walking the halls, that's what they want you to believe, that that was Kenneka. Okay, hold on. Let me save this, and I'm gonna explain to you. Okay, so let me put this in my download. All right. So now I'm going to show you some other pictures, people. So let me go ahead and load those up. I'm to show you some other pictures that was sent that literally matches up with what I am saying. Literally matches up with what I'm saying. So let me show you this right here. So I'm put the download that to my computer. Download that to my computer. Download that to my computer. Download this to my computer. Download this to my computer. Download this to my computer. And you will see exactly what I'm saying. Okay, so I downloaded it. So now let me go ahead and send it to my, let me send it to my email, to my Facebook. Okay. Let me go to my email real quick, peoples. Let me go ahead and call this up, and then you guys will definitely see what I'm saying. Okay, so. Okay. Okay, cool. So I'm going to share my screen with this right here. So let me share my screen. And then you guys will see exactly what I'm saying. It was this time and this time only right here is where I believe that we've seen the real Kenneka Jenkins, peoples, right here. as you can see the screen. See the screen, peoples? Now, if you look at the picture, you can see the body, her body is right here. Let me go to the actual thing. You can see the body right here. You can see the legs bent over like that. You can see this is her backside, this is her head. And you can see the arms protruding down. And you can see him holding her. He has her in his arms, and they tried to fuse both of them together, as you can see in the picture. You can clearly see her legs. Clearly see her legs going across like that, and you can see his arm holding her from, and he's got her by the buns, and he's holding her up, and her whole body is connected to his chest. That's why you see this little space right here that is all blotted out in things. Clearly see that. Clear as daylight. See that? Now let's go to the next picture. Now you can see it even more. Now you can see the arm right here, and you can see the leg right here, and you can see the torso. You can see it right there, and her head is embedded on his shoulders right here. See that? You can clearly see it because you can see her now. You can see the form of her. The arm, the torso, the legs, and it's going across. And it's just like if you was holding a baby. You see that? And they blotched out the head, so it doesn't give it no form. But now you can see the ripples of her hair that is flowing down her back. As you can see, you see the little ripples like that and stuff. And then you can see him, and it's a tall fella. She was being carried, peoples. This is when she was being carried. And she was being carried through the establishment. They were walking her down into the establishment. So the girl that you see walking the halls of the establishment, that was just nothing but a distraction, because you can clearly see him carrying her. Okay, let's go to the next picture. Now you see he's trying to keep his balance and things. Now, she's out of it, people. She's not fighting. She's not beating on him. She's not doing anything. She's out of it. I'm not saying that she was dead, and I'm not saying that she didn't have the strength to fight, is what I'm saying. Because if she had the strength to fight, this man wouldn't have been able to walk in the degree that he was. Because if she was fighting, then he would have been and fell down. She would have just been powering him in the head and, trying to hit him down below and, doing whatever, trying to get away from him. But she was incapacitated. And as you can see, he's bracing. And she, Kenneka, she was small in stature. But I'm talking about Kenneka Jenkins. Kenneka Jenkins wasn't an Amazon, peoples. She wasn't an Amazon. Kenneka Martin was an Amazon. She was taller, but Kenneka Jenkins was shorter and more stockier and more well-formed and built. But that's here for another day, since you guys don't believe Kenneka Jenkins and Kenneka Martin. Okay. But I'm talking about Kenneka Jenkins. Kenneka Jenkins was healthy. You seen her in the you seen her in the refrigerator. You seen how she looked, and she wasn't that tall, but she was well built, and she was a thick girl, and she had some meat on her, as you can see in the freezer pictures, but as you can see right here. And so he had to extend his legs wide enough to hold her and to brace her. See that? Now look, here again, he's carrying her. He's carrying her. And he's trying to hold her. You see that, right? He's carrying her. Okay. And now look, from the previous photos, now you see they tried to merge everything all at once. Because look, tried to merge them together. See, now it's only right here is where we see her form. They couldn't do it because see, she slipped down from his head. So instead of being merged together like that, now you see the full form of her right here. See that? There's the top of her head. There's her hair. This is her torso. Inside and everything. There's her legs. There's her arms wrapped around him. You see that, right? Okay. So now let's go to the next. Now you can see it just a little bit more. Now the heads separate. You see that, right? And then finally, see the final picture. Where is he? He is still in the same area by the stairs, still trying to get his footing. Now you see how his foot is. His foot is elevated right in front of him. He's trying to keep his balance, trying to carry this girl because she's heavy. Look, now it's together. Now he's already repositioning, bracing. Now this is kind of a awkward position, but look, they eliminated his foot because you can see how his foot is right here. How he's going to balance on one foot. See that? See how he went forward right there? There's the leg right there, but eliminated his foot. Now brings it all back together again. See that? See that? Now look at his leg. There his leg right there. So when you look at this picture, there's the thing right there, but then look at his leg. It's the same thing. Still black, that little black part, but they just omitted his other leg. See that? So he is stepping forward because he has his legs open, but they eliminated his legs right here, as you can see. See that? Look at this top part right here without the rest of the leg, and then look at that. See? There's the top part right there without the rest of the leg. They omitted his leg. And they just trying to make it seem like, oh, yeah, well, you know, he's stepping still. No, peoples. He has his legs open, and he's bracing himself with her in his arms, as you guys can see. See that? There you see the top part. His legs extended open. There you see they eliminated his legs. And guess what? They did the same thing in the picture in the elevator with Shemaya and Munifa. Case in point. All right. Y'all see that, right? Okay. So that is actual, factual, true video footage, peoples, of Kenneka being in the halls, being carried. That's actually Kenneka Jenkins being carried in the hall. The other person that's walking the halls was just a distraction, peoples. They make it seem like, yeah, you know, she walked through Chandel Lane and she walked all through there and stuff. Peoples. No, she didn't. No, she didn't. Kenneka Jenkins never walked through Chandel Lane, peoples. She never walked into the kitchen, peoples. And she never walked herself back there in the freezer, peoples. It wasn't Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. All right, let me go a little further. Let me share my screen, peoples. So that did I explain that? Now let me go and show you the pictures of Munifa and Shemaya and the supposed Kenneka in the elevator. See, when you piece this thing together, peoples, and when you piece this thing together and you start to look at it and stuff, now it all tends to make sense. And remember, it wasn't just only Kenneka and the guy. It was two guys down there, two guys in the black hoodie. Two guys in the black hoodie. That was carrying Kenneka. 2 guys. Let me show you, peoples. I'm going to do it this way so I can enlarge it now. So let me go back to the Kenneka Jenkins folder. And then we're going to look at this picture here. And you guys know this famous picture and things. Let me show you, peoples. Now I'm getting ready to, okay, right here. This is but this is not the guys, but this is what I'm talking about. Okay, now you see there is Monifa, Shemaya's on the side, and then there is the thing of Kenneka, or the image of Kenneka. But look, where's her body? You see that? You see when they tried to say that Kenneka was in the elevator with Monifa and Shemaya? Well, look what's happening right there, peoples. Where's Kenneka? I mean, she's supposed to be there, right? Where's the rest of the body? All we see is just a torso without a head, without arms, and without legs. Y'all see that, right? I've shown you the picture of Monifa and Shemaya in the elevator having a selfie. You know, was supposed to have been taking a selfie, but they wasn't taking a selfie. Somebody was in there with them taking a picture of them. Okay, y'all see that, right? All right, so now let's go to the next picture, peoples. Let's go to the next picture right here. Now, again, where's the legs? It's supposed to be Kenneka standing behind her, but why is the picture all blotchy and stuff? Because they had photoshopped her into the elevator, peoples. Why isn't it that we never seen an elevator picture of Monifa, Shemaya, Kenneka getting on the elevator? Because it never happened on the day that they said. That's why you will never see that video footage, peoples. See, how did you notice, peoples? The absence of things is an abstract, and they can make you fill in the blanks. So you guys say, oh yeah, well, you know, we seen them there at the establishment. We seen them walk in and stuff. Well, did you really see her walk in, peoples? Did you really see Kenneka Jenkins walk into the establishment? Or was it somebody else playing her? You know? No, you think that you see her walking into the establishment, but it wasn't. It was a deception, peoples. You think that you know a lot of stuff, but you don't know because it was a deception. Well, okay, so I'll say it like this. If you say that you know and stuff, well then, hey, why couldn't you figure out that the news, the video clip that I just shown you, they said that, hey, that was her. That was her coming in. Let's listen to this again. Let's listen to this again, peoples. Because you said that you know that it was her. You know emphatically, yeah, I know this. I got it down. Well, let me prove you wrong. Let me prove that to you that you don't know as much as you think you know. Because if you did, then you would have been the one that had shown this and said this. But you didn't. And the reason why you didn't, because you're going on what they gave you. I'm trying to teach you something, but you don't listen. And I'm talking about the YouTubers who's talked about the Kenneka Jenkins case. You guys think that you know every goddamn thing about this case, but when someone like Edward Joseph tries to educate you upon some things, now you want to get attitude. You want to be butthurt. Peoples, I've been doing this shit for over 20 years. I got experience, and I'm trying to teach you something. if you would just be quiet and listen and learn. Listen in to what the breaking news is, people. So let's go.
Also breaking tonight, hours of new video are released revealing more about a woman found dead in a hotel freezer. CBS 2's Audrina Bigas joins us now. So you poured through this video. What is it showing us?
36 hours of video, and this was just released to us a few hours ago.
36 hours worth of video, and it was just released to them hours ago. So if it's 36 hours of video and released to them hours ago, well, then you would think that they would have had the original madness, right? Well, that's not the case, because I've already proved to you, just like I have proved to you when they were showing Bree, Mike, and some other person walk out the establishment, and then just a second later, you seen the box go up, but you didn't see nobody. Well, we assumed that it could have been, the guy with the colored jacket or whatnot. But when we look at the time, we knew exactly who it was. It was Franz Kave, because the time to when we had looked at this was the exact time to when he got down to meet this so-called girl at the edge of the ramp. Do you guys see that? I'll show it to you again. I'll show it to you again, because the same thing I pointed out on the other live is the same thing I'm pointing out right now. Now, let's listen in. They got the 36 hours of video madness just hours ago. So if they just got it just hours ago, they're already doing the effery in this madness. Let's look.
This video shows
no red box. Rosemont police. They're not a police department, peoples. And they're not Rosemont police. They're Rosemont public safety. Did anybody catch that? Did you ever hear any other YouTuber catch that? And we've been showing this video for over 7+ years now, and nobody caught that. It says source Rosemont police. Rosemont do not have a police department. Rosemont has a public safety department, not a police department. And there's a big difference between a police department and a public safety department. So YouTubers, when you try to sit here and try to tell me about the video footage, well, then you need to go and look at the man in the mirror and tell him to change his narrative, because you got it wrong. And I'm telling you, you got it wrong. Rosemont is not a police department. Rosemont is a public safety department. Did you catch it? You never did. You never said anything. 7+ years and you never said anything. And then the very first video that they put out does not have what? A red box. The news never put out on the very first clip a red box of this young lady walking herself into a freezer. Now, look at the video. It's all blotchy. It's all grainy. Come on now, people. You know that news department has excellent equipment, and all of their videos is beyond high def, beyond 4K. They got the best type of video equipment around. You look at the NFL. Look at the quality of that video. You look at these concerts. Look at the quality of the video. You look at when they go out and do the news reporting on the streets. Look at the quality of the video. But now you mean to tell me that when they are talking about this case about a young lady who had died in the freezer, look how grainy this is, peoples. Look at the edge of this. Look how grainy it is. Look where she's standing, and then look on to the left of her. Look how grainy this is right here, peoples. Come on now, Rosemont. Do better than that, peoples. Do better than that. They duped you and they wooed you from the very beginning. Because now the more you look at this, the more and more it gets ingrained in your mind. Oh yeah, she walked herself into the freezer and stuff like that. People's, this is bullshit of a narrative. And they did it from the very beginning. From the very beginning. I told you, if this doesn't have no red box, it is not authentic video footage. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay, let's look at this. So you don't see the red box. Rosemont Police, they're not the police department. They are a public safety department. Now let's watch this, peoples.
Kenneka Jenkins walking into the kitchen, but we never see her.
Red box! Hello! Hello! It is a red box. But it's not Kenneka. But it is a red box. But it's not Kenneka. Let's go.
Entering the freezer. And tonight, that is why her family is not satisfied with the theory that she walked into the freezer on her own.
Come on. Why is it that you can't really see the face so clear? Let's look at it.
Surveillance.
So why are they blotching out all of the other girls and then don't blotch her face out?
Video shows Kenneka Jenkins walking with friends at the Crown Plaza Hotel early Saturday.
And look at the face. Do that look like the face of Kenneka Jenkins, peoples? You know what they did, right? All they did was just put a mask over that face, right? They put a mask over that face. Okay, so now this is where we get into the nitty gritty right here and stuff. You know, now this is what we do all of the comparisons and things like that. Because see, now you got a lot of people saying, you know, this, that, and the other. Look at the attire right here. Look at the attire. Remember when we saw Kenneka Jenkins in the bathroom? We never seen Kenneka Jenkins in the bathroom with a black stripe around the chest area. There's a black stripe around the chest area. So that's number one, tells you this is not Kenneka walking into the establishment because and you try to say that that's hair. No, that's not hair. The hair is right here and the hair is right here. This is literally a part of her this person's attire. Kenneka never wore a black stripe around on her shirt, peoples. See, you guys got an excuse for everything, but I'm here. I'm only debunk you because why would Kenneka ever wear her hair like that? And then that's too straight of a line, peoples, to be hair. Do you understand what I'm saying? It had to be a tuft of hair that just perfectly aligned and go all the way down. Same on the other side, perfectly aligned to go all the way down. People's no. That is a shirt that this person wore. You can clearly see that. So that already gives you the indication that is not Kenneka. That is not Kenneka, peoples. It doesn't matter what thing that they blurred on the face. Well, yeah, they put a mask over the face because they didn't want you to see who the person really is. But you can tell by the attire. You know what Kenneka wore because I've shown you what Kenneka wore. And she didn't wear that outfit. So that's ding, ding, ding. Number two, peoples. Because when you think that it was Kenneka, it wasn't Kenneka. The very first person. Now, I don't know if it's a girl or a guy. I surmise it's a girl. So the very first person, that's number one, who played Kenneka. Number one, who played Kenneka. People, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to understand this and figure this out. Because if you can't get a good, wholesome thing by the face, well, then you look at the attire. You look at the attire. Now, question is this, peoples? Look at Kenneka and Shemaya, or the girl who you call Kenneka and Shemaya. They almost are at level height, peoples, right? Is Kenneka as tall as Shemaya? Is she? Well, peoples, the only way to solve that issue is we need to go back. We need to go back in some history. We need to go back in some old videos and see how tall Kenneka was with Shemaiah. You know, see, these are the things that I point out, people. These are the things that I look at. See, I don't just take people's narrative for it and just run with it and things. You got to prove to me unequivocally and undeniably that you know what you're saying. And you got to think outside the box, not what they gave you. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, was Kenneka as tall as Shemaiah? Well, let's go back to this picture here, people. So let's go back to this picture. Let me go back to let me go back to the case files right here. So that'll give us a sense as to you know, what are the possibilities? Was Kenneka as tall as Shemaiah? Or was she shorter? Or did she tower over Shemaiah? Those are the questions that I ask, peoples. Okay, so let's see. Let's see. We're gonna first start off with the picture in the bathroom. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? With the picture in the bathroom. Okay, so let's go back to that picture in the bathroom here. So we're gonna call this up right here. We can call that up, but we're also going to call it this right here. Okay. Now, if we look at this and we draw a line, and let me see if I can draw a line, peoples. See if I can draw a line up on this. Okay, so let me see. Where's the editing tools? Where's the editing tools? Can I draw a line on this? Edit with designer. Okay, so. All right, so are you going to let me draw a line across the markup? Here's the markup. Okay, so I'm going to use a yellow pen. And so let's go across here to across here. And let's go down here to down there. And then let's go right here to right there. So basically what that's saying is, people, is that down, they're about the same height. You see? From head to foot, and from waist to waist. So what they're saying is that this person is about the same height. So we know Shemaiah is pretty tall. So is Kenneka the same height as Shemaiah? Well, I mean, according to this, they're about the same height. Okay. So it's not an exact science. So now let's look at other pictures of Kenneka. So let's look at other pictures of Kenneka, people. So let's take a look at something here. Let's take a look at something. I want to take a look at something, peoples. All right. So let's see here. Where's that picture of Kenneka standing there with some jeans on? I got all those pictures, peoples. Where I'm just trying to see where it is. Okay. I'm just trying to see, peoples, where it is. All right, so y'all just got to give me a moment. You know, I'm looking for something real quick here, trying to see, because I had all of this stuff all together. Okay, let's take a look at this. All right, so according to this, so this is Kenneka Martin. See how tall she is, right? And she's towering over these girls, right? And then look how big and thick she is. Y'all see that, right? That's a big girl. Y'all see that, right? But she's not with she's not with Monifa. She's not with Irene. She's not with Shemaya. Okay, y'all see that, right? And she's pretty tall, and she's towering over them. Okay, so now I want to get the picture of Kenneka standing by herself. That's what I want to do. I want to get Kenneka standing by herself. So let me see if I can find that picture of Kenneka standing by herself. Okay, here it is right here. All right. Now look how short in stature she is, right? I mean, look at that, people. Look how short in stature she is. She's not an Amazon, is she? And we know that's Kenneka because look, we see the tattoo that's around her waist right there. Y'all see that, right? That's Kenneka Jenkins. We know Kenneka by her eyes and by how her eyes is kind of like she's, her eyes is so relaxed and stuff, right? Okay. So does she look tall in this right here? Does she? And then look, Shemaya is trying to mimic her instead of trying to wear a similar outfit and things. Button jacket and stuff, blue jean jacket, but she's got the rips in her pants and she doesn't. And then, she stands with her leg kind of like bent, and look at Monifa doing the same thing. And then long black hair. Long black hair. Y'all see that, right? So Monifa is trying to mimic Shemaya. I mean, Monifa is trying to mimic Kenneka, as you can see. Y'all see that, right? Okay, so now let's go, peoples. Let's go and let's take a look at something here because we got to go back down memory lane. I said we got to go back down memory lane because I want to see if Shemaya and Kenneka is the same height. Okay, so here's Kenneka. Now, does she look that tall, peoples? Do she look that tall? Okay, she all the time wearing those shirts that just come up and show her waist and stuff. She has a watch on her left arm. Well, she always did. She always wore the watch on her left arm. Y'all see that, right? And she's a little bit more form-fitting. See that? And we know this is Kenneka again because remember, she took this picture and she wore this shirt with Rico. And then she all the time with the same look, the part in the hair, high cheekbones, rounded face. That is Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. There she is right there in the flesh. Now, it may seem that she's that tall, but this is a close-up of her. So again, let's see if we can find something or something if she is about the same height as Shemaya. So let's go and let's venture over to Instagram. People, let's see if Instagram can give us something here. Let's see if Instagram can give us something here. So let's venture over to Instagram, peoples. All right, so I may have to log in. So I'm going to log off of here. So I'll put this on and let me see about logging in and things. Okay, let's see. See if I can log in. Okay, so let me go on my phone and see what's the password on this, so I can log in here to Instagram and go to my password. See, people's, this is how you do your research. This is how one should think before they ever open up their mouths and talk about things and stuff. This is the things that you need to do in all, because if you just throw stuff out there, it just makes you look bad. It really does. And this is one of the reasons why I just don't accept what everybody say, because again, you know, I have my own mind, and because I have my own mind, I mean, what is it that you want me to say? I'm just not going to take your word for it just because you said it. You understand what I'm saying, peoples? Edward Joseph has his own mind. Okay, so what is what? This is not the password? That's what it says it is. So here, let me change that from a lower E to a capital E and see if it's the right way. All right, so let me do this. So I may have to change the password. Well, okay, I'm gonna change the password because it ain't let me in. So let me just say forgot password. And reset. Can't reset your password. Okay, let me do this here. Okay, send a link. No users found, can't reset password. Okay, so what is my username then? Okay, send a link. I know they have to send it to my phone. All right, so send to my phone. I'm not a robot. Okay. Okay, they sent me a text message. Yep, they sent me a text message. There's the link. Now, come on. Okay, I got it. And I'm in. And are you going to let me in? So I'm in on my phone. So what is this on my phone? Okay, so here, let me do this right here. All right, so back to login. Okay, and then log in. And no, that's not it. So I'm logged in on my phone. I don't know, how do I log in on the computer? All right, so let me go to my account on my phone. Go to my account on my phone and see how do I log in. That's crazy, people. Man, this is really crazy. How do I tools? So I'm logged in on my phone. How do I log in on the computer? Let me try one more thing, and then I'm just going to say forget it, shoots. I just won't be able to log in on Instagram on my computer. Okay, well, let me do it like that. Let's see. Okay, I'm logged in. Cool, I'm logged in. All right. So let me go to look for Kenneka Jenkins. All right. We'll do it that. Kenneka Jenkins. All right. So now we're on Kenneka Jenkins. All right. So let me share my screen and let me share my Instagram. Okay, there's my Instagram. All right, cool. So now let's go and let's look at Kenneka. Now look at Kenneka, peoples. Does Kenneka look that tall? I mean, she don't look that tall to me in this picture. You know, and she doesn't look all of that thick as that girl that was in the or the person that was in the Crown Plaza. So I mean, again, yeah, you know, it's different pictures and things like that. So you know, I'm just saying. So now here we have look of all of this, peoples. Now we have look. I'm glad that they put this up. Now we have TM being pulled. Whoever put this page together, they did an excellent job. Now we have all of this original content. Look, the red boxes is screaming. All in the video, the red box is screaming. Why? Because this is original video footage, peoples. Look how those boxes is just going. See that? Now look at Tim. She runs out, and the lady, she's pulling her. She literally grabbed her by the arm, and TM kind of like, you know, was literally trying to get away from her and things. But remember, she was supposed to have had breast surgery, right? She was supposed to have breast surgery, but yet what happened to the breast surgery? Because as you can see in the video, she has been tucked one way to another. But the red boxes is going off. Y'all see that? Now look at the color of the red box and look how it's bouncing while the people are moving. Y'all see that, right? Okay, now let's look at this. This is when it first walked in. Look at the red boxes going. Look at this going. You know? Look at that going. Remember, they can take people out. Is somebody standing over in this area while this red box is going? Because, I mean, it is just fluttering. Is somebody standing over in this area right here or standing right here in front of the door? Now they come. See that? See how the red box is still going. It's just bouncing up a storm. Look how this red box is going. Even when this guy is out the red box and over here. Now look at these people come. And then the red box down here turns on. Y'all see that, right? So here's TM, I believe. She said, do this sound like my daughter Kenneka wanted to walk in a freezer? Kenneka words in the gray. I love you, my little baby girl. You wanted me to fight then, and babe, I'm fighting even harder now with the strength from God. In Jesus' name, amen. Okay. There's just a little post that TM had put up. Then here's Kenneka and Shemaiah. Now this is what they were saying that, and then there's Monifa. And this is, and they said that this is when they were on their way to the Crown Plaza. Now, even look, I want you guys, I got to get this. Let me go ahead and download this because I want you to look at Kenneka's attire. Thank you. This is now we're finally getting somewhere because now we finally have something, peoples, that we can literally connect Kenneka's attire to. You see how Kenneka looked even without the the smiley faces and stuff. Y'all see that, right? So now we finally got something that we can connect Kenneka's true attire to. Right? Right. Thank you. See, this is what investigation is all about, peoples, because this is how it leads you to the truth. Instead of all of this bullshit and madness people be saying. So now I got the video. Now let's go ahead and examine the video, peoples. There it is right there. So now let me call up my editing software, and then let's examine this. So there it is right there. So I'm gonna go ahead and close that out. I'm gonna close that out, and I'm gonna put this in my editing software. Now we got something that we can clearly look at and say what type of attire Kenneka had on and what her breasts look like and all like this and stuff. You know, finally got something definitively. All right, so here it is right here. Now let me share my screen, peoples. I'm gonna put that down in here. It's just a small little clip, but it's enough to give us some insight. Because I wonder if that's the only clip that they made. Wonder if that's the only clip that they made. We don't know. But let me share my screen, peoples. Boy, peoples, I tell you, you know, you can't mess with Edward Joseph because that brother is bad. I tell you, he's bad. All right, so now I'm going to put this like this. Now let's look at it in my editing software. And then we're going to, I'm going to put this full. Then we're going to blot out the sound. And then now let's look at this. And I'm going to play this in very slow motion, peoples. And play this in very slow motion because I want to see her attire. So let's go ahead and enlarge the screen. Now let's play this. Now let's look at Kenneka. Look at Kenneka's face. Look, she has the scrunchie on her left arm, as you can see, peoples. And look at Kenneka. Look at Kenneka's face. And Kenneka is looking at him like, what the hell are you guys doing? Now, look at Kenneka's jacket. Look at Kenneka's hair. Look at the part in Kenneka's hair. And look how Kenneka is looking at her. Then, you know, she comes with the squiggly face. And Kenneka still didn't make no face. She's just looking at her like, you know, what the hell are you doing? Now look at Kenneka's jacket, peoples. Look at Kenneka's hair. Now she goes ahead and smile because she's like, oh, you guys are funny. See that? She got a little smiling face on her. Y'all see that, right? Now she smiles. Then Shemaya brings the camera back up on her. And now there's a little squiggly faces that they're doing. Then she's going to put it up on Monifa. Okay, now look at Monifa. Now we know that's Monifa because we see Monifa. And we know, look at Monifa. And Monifa has the same attire on. See that? Let's go back. Let's go back one click because it will show us clearly her bra right here, clear as daylight. You can see it. She had on the purple bra. So they had on the same attire, peoples. So now, was this at 11:30 at night? Remember, we see Kenneka, we see Shemaya, and we see Monifa together, right? And so is Bree in the back of the car? Well, we don't know because this went out. But we do see Monifa, Kenneka, and Shemaya in a little Snapchat thing that they did. And look, we can clearly see Monifa's outfit. And if anybody from Chicago, if you guys know whatever this kind of thing is in the background, people, it doesn't look like they're there at 11:30 at night. Do you guys see that, right? Remember, Lenore said that they left the house at 11:30 that night. Well, it looks like it's daylight outside. And they're all in the same outfit, right? So we can say with certainty it wasn't at 11:30 at night, right? Now, we don't know if they were on the way to the Crown Plaza at this particular time, but we can say with certainty, people, is that it wasn't at no 11:30 at night, right? When they were together. So was this the only time that they were together, peoples? Well, obviously not, peoples, because they were together at an earlier time in broad daylight. You see that? You see how I'm poking holes in the narrative? Well, they only just came together and stuff at night and stuff, and they came in. Well, no, people, as you can see, the hair was already done. Because remember, they were supposed to go to Lenore's house to have Monifa's hair, Kenneka's hair, flat iron straight. Well, Monifa's hair is the same hairstyle that she had at the Crown Plaza. In the picture and in the car. And it's daylight. It's not at 11:30 at night. So what is this madness that Lenore was supposed to have flat iron straight Kenneka's hair and Lenore's hair? When Lenore's hair, Monifa's hair, when Monifa's hair looks just the same as it was in the video. As you can see, peoples. Y'all see that, right? So Monifa's hair was the same as in the video. Monifa's attire was the same as in the video. Kenneka was looking at them and they were doing funnies in the car. But Kenneka had on the same attire as in the video. But now, people, let's go back and let's look at that video again. Let's go back and look at that video again, peoples. Because see, the thing is, peoples, when the people say, oh no, she left at 11:30 at night, peoples, where do you see 11:30 at night in the video? You don't. You see that is broad daylight, peoples. You see that is broad daylight. Y'all see that, right? Look, it is bright, broad daylight. And they're out in the car. And Shamaya went and did a little Snapchat thing. Now, what was this TM's car or was this Kenneka's car? Because remember, it was said that Bree did not want to drive Kenneka's car because she had a donut on it. Well, why are they driving around in broad daylight with a donut on the car? What, Kenneka didn't have money to get a car fixed, peoples? See, it's those little details, peoples, that you bring out that you clearly say, hey, you know, this is hilarious and nefarious. This is bullshit of what the people are saying. But yet, look at Edward Joseph, boy. Edward Joseph is bringing this out. Edward Joseph is telling the people and showing the people, look, your narrative stinks. All right, let's bring it back, people. Let's bring it back up on Kenneka. Now, Kenneka is just sitting there looking at her like, girl, what are you doing? Now, look at Kenneka. Kenneka had on the black scrunchie on her left arm, as you can see right there, right? Now, the person in the video, let's go back to the video, peoples. I said, let's go back to the video. Is that all right, people? So let's go back to the video. This is not the video. Let me see. Let me try to go back to the video that I had up. Nope, that's not it either. Okay, so let me go back to the news thing right here. Call that up. on the screen. Kenneka final moments. Here we go, right here. All right. So in the video, people, the girl has on a black watch and a black scrunchie. Well, Kenneka never wore a black watch in the video. Kenneka had on a gray watch and a red band. Do you see what I'm saying, peoples? I said Kenneka had on a black scrunchie, not a black watch. She had on a gray watch and she had on a red band, peoples. Y'all see that, right? So peoples. Now let's go back to the testimony and see exactly. Let's go back to the video. Let's go back to the video, peoples. Let me stop sharing my screen here and let me share my screen here. Let's go back to the video. Because see, I love it when I just really just show these people that Edward Joseph means business, and I'm tired of the bullshit and nonsense that you guys have been saying. So Kenneka has on a black scrunchie, as we can see. Now let's look at her shirt. Now look at Kenneka's hair. It didn't go all the way down. At least this side didn't. So let's rewind it back a little bit. So you can tell a lot. Her hair came down to her chest area. See, did it go down any further than that? Nope. It went down to her chest area. Because see, if her hair went all the way down to her butt, well, then you would see the hair go right past her arm right here. You see that? The hair would have been longer. So the hair didn't go all the way down to her butt. It stopped right up here, peoples, as you can see. See the hair right here? See her hand? And if the hair was to go down to her butt, it would have been past her hand and went down here in this blue area right here. So that is indicative of the fact that her hair did not go all the way down to her butt, peoples, as you've seen in the video. Y'all see that, right? Kenneka didn't wear that long hair down to her butt, peoples. So again, that is unequivocal and undeniable proof, peoples, that it wasn't Kenneka in the video. It wasn't Kenneka in the video, peoples. Y'all see that, right? So it's little details like that, peoples, that you bring out. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's little details like that you bring out. And there again, wait, y'all hold on for a second. I had just did something and I don't know why. My screen had changed. All right, people. So as you can see in the actual video, well, Kenneka's hair wasn't that long. Because if it was that long, then that's just shoulder, that's just shoulder chest length right here. But the hair didn't go all the way down because it would have went down, then it would have been past her hand right here. Kenneka had the white fingernails. Kenneka had the black scrunchie. And then look at Kenneka's face right here. She was just looking at her like, you know, what is it that you're doing, Monifa? Or Shamaya? Look at Kenneka. All right, so let's take this picture, peoples. Let's get a picture of this right here. Let's look at Kenneka's jacket. Let's look at Kenneka's jacket. See that, peoples? Let's look at it real good. Now let's look at the shirt. It wasn't no shirt, peoples. And it wasn't no black lining on no shirt. It was nothing that was really under her jacket. Y'all see that, right? You can clearly see Kenneka's hair, and you can clearly see the part in Kenneka's hair. Y'all see that, right? Clear as daylight. So let's get a screenshot of this, peoples. This is what I love, because boy, Negroes all the time just got some things to say. So let me open this up. Let me open this up and explore, and let's look at that picture. And then we're going to put this picture on. We're going to put this picture in the Kenneka files, and we're going to compare this picture. Okay, so no, I don't want to replace it. What picture is this? Okay, so that's that. So let's rename this Kenneka sitting in the car. All right. So now let's put that on. Let's put that right there. Now, let's go back and let's go ahead and let's see if we can revert this picture around like that. Okay, beautiful. Now we got a real good picture of Kenneka, peoples. Y'all see that? Now, look at the shirt, peoples. Look at the bra. She don't have no shirt on. We see the jean jacket. We clearly see Kenneka. And look at Kenneka. That's Kenneka Jenkins right there, peoples. That is the real Kenneka Jenkins right there, peoples. And it is daylight. And look at Kenneka and how she's looking at her. Look at Kenneka with the soft eyes and things. All right. Y'all see Kenneka right there, right? Okay. So now let's pair the real Kenneka. Let's compare the real Kenneka to the girl that was in the bathroom. Okay. Y'all said it was Kenneka. Well, let's compare it. Let's pair the real Kenneka to the girl that was supposed to have been in the bathroom. All right. See, now we're getting the juicy juicies, peoples. We're getting the juicy juicies, because you can't tell me what I don't know. You can't tell me what I don't know, peoples. See, tell you, don't play with me. I said, don't play with me, peoples. Now, let's look at Kenneka, because this is how she looked. Here's Kenneka at the Crown Plaza. Okay. Here it is again, peoples. The jean jacket. There's Kenneka. See that? See that? Okay, y'all see that, right? That's Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. There she is right there. Now, let's compare that to the picture of the girl. Here, let's put this in for just safe measures. Let's compare Kenneka to the girl, peoples. In the bathroom. Is that all right, peoples? Okay, so we got that. We got that. There's Monifa. I want Monifa with the girl in the bathroom. And we'll know unequivocally, undeniably, peoples, once and for all, is that Kenneka. Okay. So let's do this. We're going to get this picture. I'm going to put that picture together. Okay. And then now let's get the picture of her in the bathroom. And we're going to compare that picture, peoples. Now, as you can see, here's surrounded face, here's surrounded face, here's surrounded face. Remember, you're not going to see her part because her hair is all wet and stuff, right? And then you can see the booty in her lips. You can see the booty in her lips. Y'all see that, right? You see the booty in her lips right there? And right here, you see the booty in her lips right there. Booty lips, booty lips. It's Kenneka all the way, peoples. There she is right there in the flesh right there. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. Y'all see that, right? So we know that is Kenneka Jenkins in the freezer, because now I have the original picture of Kenneka in the same outfit. And we look at the jean jacket outfit, that matches perfectly, peoples. See that? See that? This is the original. This is the original, peoples. Y'all see that, right? Bingo to the bingo. So now, again, let's go and compare this picture to that girl that was in the bathroom, peoples. Now, this will say yay or nay. And this would totally debunk all of these people who said, oh, no, that was Kenneka Jenkins in the bathroom. No, it wasn't, peoples. And we have proof, unequivocal, undeniable proof that that girl who played Kenneka in the bathroom wasn't Kenneka in the bathroom, peoples. See? Now, I know all the times I want to find that picture, I can't find that picture now. Ain't that something? It doesn't want to appear, peoples, because it doesn't want me to know that they played Kenneka. Where is that picture, peoples? I can't. Oh, okay. Well, let's do it like this. This one even better. Okay. Now, this is the young lady that was in the lobby. Do that even remotely look like Kenneka, peoples? Do that remotely look like Kenneka, peoples? And let me call up that other picture of her. Okay. So this one right here, this is a little. So again, do that remotely look like Kenneka, peoples? See that? See that? Did that girl even remotely look like Kenneka, peoples? I mean, that's Kenneka Jenkins right there, peoples. There it is right there. So do that even remotely look like Kenneka Jenkins, peoples? All right, so let's find that girl in the bathroom, if I can find her. There she is right there. Do that remotely look like Kenneka Jenkins, peoples? Right here. Let's put her right here. Right by her. Let's blow up her face. And then here's Kenneka Jenkins right here. Let's blow up her face. Do they remotely look alike, peoples? And then let's put this over here. And let's put this right here. All right. Bingo to the bingo to the bingo, peoples. The lips don't even match, hardly even match Kenneka Jenkins. The face don't hardly even match Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. You see that? Not at all, peoples. Not at all, peoples. And then even the girl on the end don't remotely match or look like her, peoples. Y'all see that? And see, the thing is, I took this picture off the video. I took this picture off the actual video. Y'all see that, right? See? Look at Kenneka's eyes and the way she's looking. Look how she's eyes and the way she's looking. Now, let's go back and let's go ahead and compare the other picture of Kenneka in the bathroom with Shemaya and Munifa. Let's go back and compare that other picture, peoples. Right here. This picture right there, peoples. Right there. There it is in the flesh right there. Okay. Now, look at Kenneka. See that? Got the part in the head, oval face, puckering up her lips, high cheekbones, and then look at the chin. That's Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. That's how she was looking when she was at the establishment, peoples. Not like this girl right here. Let's move this down some. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. I said bingo to the bingo, peoples. Kenneka Jenkins, peoples, as you can see. The real Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. See that? There she is right there. Now you can clearly see that the girl in the bathroom played Kenneka Jenkins. Y'all see that, right? Do they even remotely look alike? Do they, peoples? There's the proof right there. Now, do that girl even remotely look like Kenneka Jenkins, peoples? Because here's the real Kenneka Jenkins right here. You know? And then here's the real Kenneka Jenkins. Here's the real Kenneka Jenkins. Here's the real Kenneka Jenkins. Who is this imposter? There you have it right there. Peoples, is in your face. It's in your face, peoples. And then when we look at the video, peoples, even this girl who played Kenneka didn't have a black top. Didn't have a black top. Y'all remember that, right? Let's go back to the video. All right, so let's go back to the video, peoples. Let me share my screen and let's go back to the video. Now, let's look at the video, peoples. Where do you see anything black up on the chest of that girl or even Kenneka? And you see right here, the black little thing, because that is not hair, because the hair is on the side right here and the hair is on the side right there. So on the chest of this person, you can clearly see the black little thing right here. And it's a long straight line that goes all the way up from around her neck, all the way down to here. And it looks like it's a little thing that holds the shirt together. You see that? There was nothing black upon the girl who played Kenneka in the bathroom, and there was nothing black up on Kenneka that was in the freezer. So, which clearly shows you and tells you, okay, here's the second girl who played Kenneka. This is the first person who played Kenneka. Okay, y'all see that, right? And then here is the second person who played Kenneka. Right here. That girl. Because there is nothing black that is on her shirt. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. So let me share my screen a different way because I'm not sure if you guys are seeing what I'm seeing. Because I think I'm sharing the screen, the actual video. But let me share my screen this way so you can see what I'm seeing. Share my full screen. Let me call back up the picture and everything. So let me call up the picture. And then let me call up the live. Now let me call up the picture again. Now, bingo to the bingo. As you can see, peoples, there is nothing black that's hanging around her neck. See that? You see the hair, and even the hair that she is wearing only comes to her waistline, right? Just barely to her waistline. Y'all see that, right? And the hair only just comes to the waistline in the picture. And then Kenneka in the car only comes to her waistline, right? But when we see the picture of the person in the video, well, it went beyond the waistline because it went all down her back and down to her butt. So let's go and let's look at that, peoples. Let's look at that. So let's go here. And let's go here. I want one to share 14. So let's go to Seagate and 14 and 15. That's one to share 16. And I want one to share 15 and 14. Okay, let's go to the D file because it's on one of these drives. QPQRS. Okay, so it's not there. So let's go to the G drive. Where's one to share? Okay, there's one to share 16. Now, where is one to share? Let's go to the E drive. Okay, E drive. Here it is. One to share 14, 15. All right, this is it right here. Let's go to the download it. And then let's go to the place right here. Let's go to that place where they were walking right here. So as you can see, you see the lights going off, right? So now here they come. And then look at that hair. That hair is all down to her butt. It didn't just stop at the waistline. The hair is literally down to her butt. Y'all see that, right? Okay. Look at that again. See? Hair is swooped all down her butt. Look at that. So it's past her waistline right there. Okay. Y'all see that, right? Okay. So now we have that. Okay. Now we have that. Now let's go to the picture of the girl that was supposed to be walking herself into the freezer.
19-year-old Chicago teen Kenneka Jenkins attended a hotel birthday party with 3 of her friends to celebrate her new employment at a nursing home.
Okay, let's turn that down. Right.
Alcohol or drugs.
Here, let me turn that down. Okay. So this is swaying to her butt. Now let's look at the picture in the kitchen when she's supposed to walk in. Are you guys going to show that? Okay, just a little bit. So it went pretty quick. Okay, again, right here, there's no red boxes. Yeah, see that, right? So now right here. So it just goes right down to her butt. Right down to her butt. Right there. See there? Right down to her butt. Okay.
And was not being used.
Scrunchie is on the right arm. Kenneka's scrunchie is on the left arm. Bingo to the bingo. So that tells you this wasn't Kenneka, peoples. It wasn't Kenneka. That's the right arm. There's the scrunchie right there. Y'all see that? You see the scrunchie, peoples? So Kenneka couldn't have never walked herself into the freezer because Kenneka never wore her scrunchie on her right arm. She wore the scrunchie on her left arm. And I got the original video of Kenneka being in the car with Shamaya and Munifa. And the scrunchie was on the what? Left arm. Right? All right, people. So, and then let's go back to that video. Let's go back to that video. Let's go back to that video. So, I mean, she got the scrunchie on her right arm, but where's the watch?
The very last video.
So she's got the scrunchie on her right arm, but where's the watch? Where's the watch?
That was undergoing ongoing
Okay, so we see the watch a little bit.
renovations and was not being used at the time. The very last
So why is she walking with her other arm up and not dangling down like she had it when she was supposed to be walking all in the hallway? See, I told you people, so I look at behaviors. I look at behaviors. So there's Kenneka's right arm, and the scrunchie is off on the right arm, but the watch is on the left arm. But the person walking in the halls had a black watch on the left arm. Black scrunchie on the left arm, black watch on the right arm. I mean, black watch on the left arm, black scrunchie on the right arm. And if you go back to the video when she's getting off the elevator, let's take a look at that, peoples. Let's go back and let's take a look at that. See, there it is right there. Black watch on the left arm, black scrunchie on the right arm. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. There it is right there. It's not gray, it's black, because you can see the black tint right there. As you can see, the black tint right there on her arm. So, and Kenneka had wore the gray watch on her left arm, not a black watch. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. So, now, do you see the many girls who played Kenneka in the video, peoples? Do you see the many girls who played Kenneka in the video? You can clearly see it clear as daylight. It's in your face, peoples. You can clearly see it clear as daylight. And the thing is, peoples, you got to ask yourself the question. Okay, so now the girls got assaulted, right? We know that Kenneka got commandeered in the hallway, right? Well, so if Kenneka Jenkins got commandeered in the hallway, how was she going to go and be let go to be commandeered again by the beverage manager, the maintenance guy, the guy in the black hoodie, and security, and have Shamaya standing right there watching her friend get beat? So you got to make your decision. Did Kenneka get commandeered in the hallway, and then this is a different girl that's getting beat? Or did Kenneka get commandeered right here and get beat right here, and somebody else got commandeered in the hallway? Well, the proof lies within the way that Kenneka body is, peoples. And that is that it was indicative of the fact that she was carried and not put in a plastic bag, all folded up and bent up in things. Bingo to the bingo. That's your answer right there, peoples. Because the body tells it all. The positioning of the body tells it all. And again, here we go. Let's go back to this picture right here. Let me show you this picture, because a lot of people didn't believe this was Carl Nesbitt. And a lady had mentioned Carl Nesbitt in her video on last night. Y'all remember that, right? So let me share my screen, peoples. Let me share my screen. So I've already shown you the different girls who played Kenneka. Now let me show you this right here, peoples. Let me show you this right here, peoples. Bingo to the bingo, people. Who is that? You guys remember him, right? Okay. It says Kenneka Jenkins. Why was he there? Why was he there? And then let's go right here, peoples. Who is that? Carl Nesbitt, Tanasia and T.Y.'s father. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. And then he was there at what? Well, they're saying 0107. 0107. And look, peoples, look, there is the red box. It's authentic video, peoples, right there. Bingo to the bingo. There is the red box right there. Okay. So I really can't see the time of the date that they have up here, but they said